All right, so welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I just want to give you all a little introduction as to what we have going on today. And so first off, we do actually have a visiting artist. She's up here in the front with me. Her name is Eleanor Anderson, and there is a little bit of information about her in the pamphlets that they hand out at the front. If anyone has those, you should definitely look at that information. But she's here because she is a Pilchuck artist in residence. Pilchuck is a glass school 2 hours north of us here in Washington. And they have a partnership here with the Museum of Glass. So she's able to come in and continue to work on her glass art here in the hot shop. Now, everyone else down on the hot shop floor, I always get questions about just the people in general. So these guys are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here pretty much full time making glass, whether it's helping a visiting artist like today, or whether it's just making Museum of Glass store items, just to give a couple of examples. And up on the screen, we've had this slideshow going for a little while. This slideshow is just showing off some of Eleanor's previously made artworks. And as you can see, she uses a broad range of media. This includes textiles, ceramics, and print collages. And now she can add glass to that list as well, as she is starting to work with glass. And I want to point out all of these pieces that we have on display in the front of the hot shop, right up in front of you guys. These are all pieces that were made either at Pilchuck Glass School or here at the Museum of Glass. Some of these pieces are from Wednesday. They took a day to cool down and then finally came out. And we are just getting ready to work on a piece in the hot shop. This is something a little bit different than usual. We're heating up a tray of glass, and we're actually going to take this bit of clear on the end of this pipe and roll it over top of the glass to pick it up. And I believe this is called a collar wrap because we have a collar of clear glass on the pipe, and we're going to be picking up that glass. And this is just one way that we can get designs on our pieces. And of course, I know you guys will probably have lots of questions, so I want to mention real quick before I continue that if anyone does have questions, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come over to answer them. And that applies to the entire audience. If anyone has any questions, whether it's about the visiting artist or about the glass, feel free to just let me know. And I do want to point out a couple of furnaces while I'm at it as well. So this large tank with the closed door, I always like to point out first. This is where we're holding all of our clear molten glass just next to Ben. And you can imagine it like a giant jar of honey if honey were 2,000 degree Fahrenheit molten glass. And that will run 24/7, keeping that glass warm and ready for us to use at all times. And these other furnaces, these are actually a little bit colder than we usually use them. You can see it's not glowing super brightly inside of there. But these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little bit warmer for reheating the glass. So there's nothing physically inside of these furnaces that they're using right now. And that's just a little overview of the hot shop. But once again, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know, and I'll just continue following along with their process and explain what they're doing. So it really depends on what we're working on for how long a piece might take. If it's a smaller piece that they've made very frequently, then it's usually only like 30 minutes at a time. But for bigger pieces, it's usually about an hour, if not longer. And sometimes we can even have multi-day projects where we can work with the glass, cool it down, heat it back up again, and we can do that process as many times as we need to. So first off, I just want to point out that we have a piece of kiln shelf on the end of this mechanism. This is just helping us hold the glass level as we're heating it up inside of the furnace. And Sarah is wearing these Kevlar gloves. These giant gloves are actually made of the same material that firefighting suits are made of. Just a little fun fact. So this is protecting her from the heat for the most part. I'm sure she could still feel a certain amount of that heat through the gloves. And you want to be pretty quick about touching anything hot in the hot shop at any times. So it looks like we actually are going to be using this today. This big silver box right here, this is called the garage. And anything we put inside of here is going to be kept at or heated up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit sounds really hot, but it's actually just a very happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it or change its shape. It's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock, which is the most important part. So sometimes we'll be working on something and we have to set it aside to work on another part of the project. So we'll just set it aside in there and that'll keep it warm for us. And it looks like we are now rolling our collar over top of these colored pieces of glass. So you can see they heated up that pane of glass just enough for it to bend, but we don't want it to heat up enough for it to stick to that kiln shelf, so it's just a little bit of a delicate balance. And now that we have that picked up, we're going to heat it up a little bit further until we're able to bend it and completely touch those edges to each other. And it's seeming like that pane of glass started off as something like this. We have a couple of examples down on this front table right here. And this is technically kiln-fused glass, so you can take cold pieces of glass, you can cut them, you can create strands of them, and you can lay them down and melt them inside of a kiln and then bring it back to room temperature. And you can leave it as a pane like this. This is actually something that we offer to Museum of Glass guests as well. On special weekends, they have little kiln fusing classes. Yes, so we always keep this large fluffy flame running just because if we need it suddenly, all we have to do is reach back and grab it. Meanwhile, if we were to keep it off, that means we have to turn the gas line off to be safe, and then we would have to turn it on by turning the gas on, grabbing another lighter, and then lighting the torch. We don't want to do that over and over again, so we just keep it lit. So the goal of this, once again, is to wrap this completely around the collar. And then eventually we're also going to completely close off the end of that opening to create a single bubble of glass, I would. So they're going in with this super hot handheld flame. This torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is being used to heat up just this small area where they want the pane to be connected. If we were to heat up the entire thing inside of the furnace all at once to try to connect all of these pieces of glass together, then we would be heating up the thinner areas too quickly and we could start to lose control of the shape. So to help these edges completely touch down around the sides of the bubble, looks like we're starting to roll it on this large metal table. This is called the marver. And whenever we're touching glass to the marver, this is pulling some heat out of the glass and cooling it down as well. So this has cooled down the area that they don't want to move, which is the pane of glass itself. Meanwhile, they're filling in some gaps and heating up this section of glass near the pipe. Yes, so I want to point out something on the front table here, and this is something that's relatively important. So these pieces of glass, these cylindrical pieces, these are called color bar, and they do come in larger sections, and they're usually broken apart into smaller sections, such as this. But this is usually how we color our glass. So we will melt this down completely and then drop it onto a small clear bubble, and then spread that color completely over top. And I think that this is the exact color we used for this one here. So if you were to cut this piece open and look at the cross section of it, you would be able to see like a thin layer of color, but it's mostly clear glass still. And that process is called a color drop or color overlay. And yeah. Yeah, so it's probably hard for you guys to tell because you're not glass blowers yourselves, but this piece of glass that's connecting the pane of glass to the pipe is actually cracked a little bit in this section, so they're focusing a ton of heat to this cracked section of glass, and they're trying to kind of heal it and just make sure that it's not going to break any further. And now they would be able to continue to work on this piece once they fix that section, but they have to just make sure that everything is healed and all right before they continue in that process. Glass is forgiving in some ways and then very finicky in other ways. One thing that's finicky about glass is if it gets cold and you get a crack, then that crack can continue to travel and travel and travel through the cold glass unless you completely melt that area back in. So just one little thing about glass, just the way it works. And thermal shock can technically work both ways. So if you heat up a piece of glass too quickly, or if you cool down a piece of glass too quickly, it can and may break or crack. An example of this that you might see online is pouring boiling water onto a frozen windshield and that shattering the entire windshield. That's one example of thermal shock. Yes, so in the Museum of Glass Hot Shop, we actually have different visiting artists that visit all the time. And our visiting artist today, Eleanor, she's just here for this week, so she's here through Sunday. But last week we had a different visiting artist. A week before that we had another visiting artist. So we just have brand new things going on almost every single day, depending on what they want to work on for their projects. But definitely every single week there's something new. So you can tell me afterwards if this answers your question or not, but we actually have visiting artists that come in frequently that do not work with glass at all themselves. And so our visiting artist, Eleanor, she has worked with glass a bit, especially at Pilchuck Glass School very recently. But sometimes we'll have artists that come in and they're something like a bronze artist, so they only work with metal, but they're able to bring in different designs and different ideas, and they can collaborate on pieces, or they can just kind of instruct and guide the hot shop team into the exact design they want. But yeah, that's how it works. It's still their design and their piece. Our Museum of Glass hot shop team, these guys have been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually, so they are very professional glass blowers. So at this center bench here, we're continuing to roll the glass on the marble, this metal table. And we're also pushing from the inside of the glass, just trying to completely smooth the walls out from the inside and the outside at the same time. Since this glass is really thin, it's trying to fold in on itself when it gets too hot. So you just have to be extra careful. So actually, the pieces in the back of the hot shop up there, those are a very recent display that was just put up, and they were made by another glass artist named Lino, and I recommend checking them out if you want to walk up and around the hot shop. It's also a completely different view. Sometimes it feels like you're closer to the glass blowers on that side. So for anyone else that's curious, I just got a question about the building that we're inside of right now. And I get questions about this relatively frequently, so I've learned a little bit of history about it. This is based off of these old wood burners that used to be along this waterway right here. They've had pretty much this exact same shape. They were called beehive burners or wigwam burners. The only difference is that they were straight up and down. We have the cone tilted on its side here because this gives us more floor space. And just in case it's hard for some people to imagine, you can actually hold your arms out into a cone shape. And if you move one of your arms outward, you can see that this really expands the floor space. And of course, the building is very tall and shiny, mostly just to be fun and decorational and stand out. But yeah, hot air does rise, so we have a fan at the top to pull some hot air out. It's probably going to get pretty warm in the hot shop today because it is starting to warm up outside. All right, so welcome to everyone who's just joined. I want to give you all a little overview and kind of explain who we have here, what's going on today. So first off, we do have a visiting artist in our hot shop with us. Her name is Eleanor Anderson, and she's watching and just making sure that they are following the design that she's created. And she's actually here because she was a Pilchuck artist in residence. Pilchuck is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And Pilchuck has a connection with the museum where they're able to send some of their artists in residence down here to continue to work on their glass projects. And so that's what we're doing during this residency through Sunday. We have some pieces that were made over the past couple of days and some pieces that were made during the Pilchuck residency down on these front tables and pedestals. The pedestals specifically, these are some pieces that were made on Wednesday. We're still waiting for some of the pieces to come out from yesterday, so it'll be exciting when those do come out. And could I have the slideshow of Eleanor's artwork, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, I just want to direct your attention to the screen. I have a slideshow going of Eleanor Anderson's artwork. And as you'll see, she works with a range of medias, including textiles, ceramics, prints, and collage. But she also now works with glass. That's something that she can add to her list of medias. And she currently has her studio in Hamtramck, Michigan. It's kind of near Detroit. And she uses bright colors to show the liveliness she feels when she is making the art herself. She's trying to project that emotion onto the viewers. And all of these pieces, I was asking Eleanor what she's going to do with them. I believe a lot of them are actually going to be included with those other medias that she works with as a part of a larger display. She told me she didn't have a plan for just standalone pieces, but she would really love to incorporate pieces of glass with her other medias. So at the center bench, we've just pulled out a circular piece of glass outside of this big box here. This box was actually preheating the glass to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that might sound really hot, but the glass is not molten at that temperature. It's just this happy medium stage where we can start to heat it up more or we can start to cool it down more. In this case, we're going to heat it up and attach it to the end of this piece on the right bench, and that's going to close off that form, basically creating the bottom to this piece. And so to heat this up properly, they're going in with this really small handheld torch. This is the hottest item we have in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's going to very quickly heat up just a small section of glass and allow us to connect the entire piece on the right bench on top of it. Meanwhile, if we were to heat up this piece of glass inside of the furnace until it was molten, just using the furnace's heat, this would kind of fuse it to the kiln shelf that it's attached to right now, and it would make it really hard to take off and actually use. And by the way, I want to mention, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know, and that applies to the entire audience. As long as I can see you, then I'll be able to come over and answer your question. I don't know, you probably missed it earlier, but when we used this smaller handheld torch, we actually used the larger torch to ignite it. Meanwhile, if we had not used that torch, we'd have to go out of our way to pick up the MAF gas, press a button to turn it on, and then light it, and then set it down again. It's just a lot more convenient when we have that torch constantly running. It makes the process a little bit faster. But we always have this torch running. It's really important that we're able to grab it whenever we need it and immediately use it. So we've just placed our piece on top of that small circle of glass and picked it up. And since there's a little bit of an overhang, they're going to heat up that overhang and trim it off with a pair of shears, which are kind of like glass scissors. So you'll see some satisfying glass cutting in a moment here. Yes, so each of the furnaces throughout the hot shop, they're between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So they are at least over 4 times the heat of your oven at home. They get really, really hot. So the molten glass is pretty much right around 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. To be more specific, right around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we will reheat the glass to an in-between temperature. We're not wanting it to drop below 1000. We don't want it to be at 2000 because then it would be uncontrollable. So right now it's kind of a taffy or putty texture. So to completely smooth out the sides of this form, we were rolling it on the marver, which is this metal table right near the center bench. And at the very bottom of our piece, as you can see, the air pushed out the bottom. And this is because they were pressing on the sides of the piece. You could kind of think of a glass bubble like a balloon. When we blow into the end of the pipe, this pushes air all the way through and expands that glass like a balloon. And if we keep that pressure inside and we push from one side of the glass, it will push out the other directions. It's just how it works when it's in this sort of liquid stage like it is right now. And to continue to smooth out this shape, Gabe is now going in with a different tool. This is actually just folded up newspaper. They'll soak it or splash it with water before using, but it's just a layer of newspaper between his hand and the glass. This is very commonly used in the hot shop, and using it on the side of the bubble is just pushing that bubble in, creating a straighter wall. And at this point, we are focusing a little bit of heat on the back end of the piece where the glass is connected to the pipe itself. You'll see us do this every now and then, no matter what stage of the process we're in. If we let that section get too cold, it can crack that area around the pipe, and that can cause the piece to eventually fall off even. So we were just briefly heating up the back of the piece, just as I was describing earlier, with that large fluffy flame. I haven't pointed out the temperature of this torch yet, which runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And sometimes we'll briefly go in with a nozzle that blows some compressed air. That was a tool that we were using alongside it. And blowing with the compressed air is to cool the glass down. So it looks like we were heating up one section while cooling another section down. And we're just focusing as much heat as we can to this section here, now using a hotter torch. This one has a focused but smaller flame. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're probably getting ready to create the jack line, which is a divot that we create in the glass to break it off. Well, we usually only run 3 of these reheating furnaces. We have 2 glass furnaces that hold the clear molten glass itself on top of those 3 main furnaces. We also have this really, really large furnace that's kind of hiding behind those shields. That one, I've only ever seen them use like 3 times because it's humongous. We save it for those really large pieces and special projects. So a total of 6 furnaces. 2 glass and 4 reheating furnaces. So now we've squeezed in the jack line. Once again, this line or divot that we created, this is where we're going to break this piece off the pipe later on. This is really important. If we were to try and break it off like it was before, it would probably just cause cracking throughout the piece. But now we actually have a breaking point. And from here, they will be able to continue to alter the shape of this piece. So at the center bench, we were focusing our heat mostly on the bottom of the piece, and you could see that Gabe went in with the newspapers again, just smoothing that area of the glass out, and then our visiting artist herself, Eleanor, was paddling the bottom, flattening it slightly, just getting the bottom ready. Eventually, we will break this piece off of the pipe, and this requires attaching another piece to the bottom, or sorry, another pipe to the bottom of the piece. But we are still just editing the shape. We work on the lower half of the piece first usually, and then we flip the orientation and work on the upper half of the piece. So I just want to point out I moved a piece onto this left pedestal right here. And this is very, very similar to what we're working on right now. So this is a really good visual reference for maybe the final product. We're making a large cylinder of glass. And this glass actually started from a pane, just like these on this front table right here for those who haven't seen this yet. And this is created by taking sheets of just a single color glass, and you can cut it up into pretty much any shapes or patterns that you like and layer them on top of each other. And then you actually put it inside of a kiln, and the kiln melts it down and then brings it back to room temperature. And we can reheat and cool down a piece of glass as many times as we want to. So this is technically a multi-day project, first creating that pattern and then using it in the hot shop like we are today. So now at the center bench, Gabe is going in with a small kind of broken piece of glass and he's just marking the center of the bottom of the piece. And this is giving himself a target as Ben comes over with another pipe. This has a clear attachment on the end that's being attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this is just going to allow them to break this piece completely off of the pipe it was created on, and then they'll be able to work on it from the other side. So right now they're just letting that connection set up a little bit, cool down, so that it's not moving so much when they break it off. And that was a successful break. So we are going to start working on just the opening of the piece now. So when we broke this piece off, you can see that there's this pretty large layer of clear still right at the opening of the piece. And this is all going to be cut or trimmed off using a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors if you haven't seen them already. And if you're wondering what's going on with the wooden paddles, by the way, I just want to point out that they're not actually being used on the glass at the moment. We're just holding them around the artist's hands and arms. This is shielding them from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. And this is something you'll see pretty much throughout the entire process, especially the larger the piece, the more frequently we would need shields. So welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. To give you all a little bit of an overview, I just want to explain who we have here and what we have going on. So this is a pretty exciting moment. We're still finishing up this piece at the center bench, but we have come really far on it already. Today we actually have visiting artist Eleanor Anderson, and she's the one that is holding the paddle at the center bench right here. And everyone else down on our hot shop floor, this is our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here pretty much full time, whether it's helping a visiting artist like they are today or making items for the Museum of Glass store. And Eleanor is here all the way through Sunday. This is a full week residency for her. And this residency is technically a partnership between Pilchuck Glass School, which is 2 hours north of us, and the Museum of Glass here. They sent her here because she was an artist in residence over at Pilchuck, and she's able to continue her work here. And I'll show you all her work in just a minute, but I just want to focus on the center bench for now because we are getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. You can always tell when we're getting ready to do this because you'll see somebody get suited up in these big Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow the artist to pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe and put it away. Now to break this off, we actually just apply some water. This is cracking that connection. We tap the pipe, and let's give them a round of applause. Wow, thank you. That was an amazing round of applause. So that is actually our first piece of the day done. We've been working on this piece since 10 this morning. And this box that we just put it inside of, this is just going to hold it right under 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, everything will slowly cool down inside of that box overnight. We won't be able to see those pieces that we put inside of there until tomorrow. And speaking of which, some of these pieces that you see on display here, some of these were made on Wednesday, and then some of these pieces on the front tables, these were actually made during our artist's residency at Pilchuck Glass School. All right, and now that I have a little bit of time, could I have Eleanor's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen, we have Eleanor Anderson's slideshow. And as you'll see, she works with a broad range of media, different types of art, which includes textiles, ceramics, prints, and collage. And now she can add glass to that list as well, I like to mention, because she has just started working with glass herself during that Pilchuck residency and now at the museum. And you'll see throughout the slideshow that she likes to use a lot of bright colors. And this bright colors kind of shows the happiness and joy that the artist feels when she's creating her artwork, and she's trying to kind of project and show you guys that joy as well. And once you guys have gotten a little taste of that slideshow, I also want to mention bringing attention back to these pieces again on the front tables. Some of these will be included in larger setups, kind of like what you're seeing on the screen, and they will be displaying these pieces of glass with the other different medias that our artist works with. And I want to give you all a little overview of the hot shop as well, just in case you haven't been in one before. So first off, this large tank in the back here, this is where we're getting our clear molten glass today. And this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of it, right at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So you'll see us go inside of this tank to get new layers of clear. This furnace actually runs 24/7, so that glass is always ready for us to use. If we were to shut it off, this could even damage the ceramic tank that it's sitting inside of because of the way the glass will expand and contract as it cools. And these other furnaces you'll see us using, these are for reheating the glass only, so there's nothing physically inside of these other than heat. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And we have multiple of those reheating furnaces on at a time, just so that we can work at multiple benches at the same time. There's not a difference or a noticeable difference between the furnaces. And since we just finished a really large project, this was once again our first project of the day that we just finished. Looks like we're just taking a little water break and they're catching their breath before they get started on the next one. And I want to mention while we are waiting, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. This could be questions about the visiting artist. This could be questions about the glass itself. Could be questions about the building, just to name a few things. Feel free to ask away. So the tanks with the closed doors, those are just glass furnaces. We just call them furnaces for short, really. And the open face furnaces, I call them reheating furnaces, but they're actually called glory holes. But I don't call them glory holes because it censors them on the screen, but that's the literal name of the furnaces. Yeah, so I love it when I get questions about this building. For anyone that's interested, I'm about to talk about the Museum of Glass cone that we're inside of right now. So this building's shape is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway right here. They were called wigwam burners or beehive burners. They were used to burn leftover wood scraps from logging. And so this building is paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for before it got cleaned up and turned into what it is today. And the only differences between those wood burners and this cone design is this cone is actually tilted onto its side. And this actually gives us some more floor space. And that might be kind of hard to just imagine. And so if you have your arms just facing straight up into this cone shape, then you tilt one of those arms out, you can see that very big difference in floor space that gives us. It's also very tall and shiny, just to kind of catch people's attention and be more prominent in the area. And that's pretty much it. It's just paying tribute to what this area used to be used for. So I would say glass is satisfying. When it's molten, it reminds me of honey. And I think that's why people kind of associate it with food, like a forbidden honey or something like that. And when you're cutting glass, it's actually at the texture of taffy. And it's very satisfying to watch them cut it. So those are definitely a couple of satisfying things that you might see in the hot shop. And speaking of that molten glass, we're going to see them gather some right now out of the furnace. Looks like we're getting started on our next project. So this is what it looks like when it comes out of the furnace. Yeah, so we actually have some ventilation being blown in right here. If I had my hair down, you'd see it blowing around, but that keeps us cool during the day, which is nice. In the summer, it gets really, really hot in here. If it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit or hotter outside, then it can actually get pretty miserable in here, and we might even have to shut it down. And so, with summer coming, that's something we have to keep in mind. So the open face furnaces, these once again are just for reheating the glass, so there's nothing but fire inside of these furnaces. It's just a giant swirling ball of fire. Inside of the other furnaces with the closed doors, that's where we're holding our molten glass, and it's like a large tank, ceramic tank inside of there, kind of like a jar of honey. So different materials have different melting and burning points. Glass melts at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit in this hot shop here. I mean, technically it melts before that, but it's completely molten at that temperature versus the ceramic that we use that has a much, much higher burning or melting point, just like metal. Like the metal pipes we use has a much higher temperature for melting. So the gloves that we wear, if you haven't seen them already, they're these really large Kevlar gloves over here. And Kevlar is a material that's used to create firefighting suits as well, apparently. So it's just a very protective, special material that prevents the heat from touching us. Yes, so the more difficult the project and the less these artists have tried making that project, the more likely the art is to break. And so something that is really difficult to make is goblets, and I don't have one as an example for some reason, but it's basically a fancy cup with a stem and a foot, and those are just super delicate and easy to break. So before I answer that question, I just want to point out what we're doing real quick. So this large box right here, this heats anything that we put inside of it up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we've pulled it out and we're heating it up just a little bit further, enough for it to bend, but hopefully not stick to the kiln shelf it's sitting on top of. And we're going to take this piece of clear glass over here. This is called a collar because it's created a collar of clear around the pipe. We're going to roll that collar over top of our pane of glass, kind of like these right here, honestly. It's kind of like these. And we're going to pick it up and create a form kind of like this cylinder on the front pedestal here. Yeah, so I've just been answering some questions up front. And if anyone else has any questions as well, feel free to raise your hand. So for anyone that's recently joined, if you missed my explanation, we are kind of working on a form like this right here. This is a sort of cylindrical shaped piece of glass, and it's made from a very special pane of glass that our visiting artist Eleanor made herself. And we actually have some right in front of you guys. So it started off as a pane like this. We heated it up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're just now getting it hot enough to pick up on the end of that pipe on the right bench. And this is basically a collar of clear glass. So this is specifically called a collar wrap. It's just a little bit of glass terminology for you guys. So those are actually just used to hold the glass in place. They're usually just made out of ceramic or metal, and they put them aside because they're getting ready to roll the glass right now, actually. So this has been heated up enough that it should be bendy at this point, but not so hot that it's sticking to the ceramic plate. So right now, Gabe is taking that collar, rolling it over top of it. Yeah, so somebody asked me about the burning smell earlier, and then I just got a question about what they were brushing on the glass. And so those questions actually come together. That burnt smell is the brush actually burning as they use it on the glass. But we don't want to use anything metal on the glass because that could scrape it and that can cool the glass down too much. And we were brushing the surface of the glass because we want to make sure that there are no particles left on the surface before we fully start to melt and change the shape of this piece. Yeah, so these pieces that are being made right now, I've gotten a couple of questions about what are going to happen with them. So these are actually not being made to sell them or anything, but they are being made in hopes that the artist will be able to display them among some of her other artwork and other medias of artwork. So you can imagine something like one of these boxes, and it's kind of hard to tell, but the boxes actually have a dip in on the top, so you can place another object on top of it, and it's going to nest inside of that box, basically. And then that box can then be displayed among an even larger display. And so these pieces are not standalone, but they will be added alongside of many other display pieces. So I just got another question about this torch here. So I want to mention we keep this one constantly lit. We mostly use it to light this smaller handheld torch just so that we don't have to go out of our way to pick up propane or sorry, MAF gas right here and relight it over and over again. Instead, all we have to do is reach back and use it. And this small handheld torch, this is the hottest item in the hot shop. I might have mentioned this to some of you guys already, but this can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch will heat up a small section of glass very quickly. In this case, we're heating up the area where the pane of glass is connected to the pipe. And I believe that this is going to allow them to crunch that size down a little bit so that that pane fits better and kind of closes onto itself. Yeah, I get questions about this every now and then. So our visiting artist has come in on her own. Technically, our visiting artists are allowed to bring in assistants and work with the glass themselves, but in a lot of cases, we have visiting artists that come in that have never even touched glass. In this case, Eleanor has worked with glass, but this was very, very recently, and she's still kind of a beginner. Meanwhile, this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They work here full time at the museum, and they have individually 20 to 30 years of glass blowing experience. So they are very professional glass artists. They've done it full time for pretty much that long. So, first off, yeah, once again, our visiting artist is Eleanor Anderson, and she's the one who's currently holding this paddle, shielding Gabe as he's heating up the glass. And when it comes to this shirt that I'm wearing, I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but it's from the Museum of Glass store. It's a design that's readily available, and it's actually one of the most popular designs. They come in all sorts of different colors as well. So that's a difficult question. Are there different levels of glass blowers, basically, like kind of beginner to master? And usually, when you come into any hot shop, what you see happening is the person with the most experience is the one who's sitting at the bench and working. In this hot shop, sometimes they'll be switching off. Like, for example, the person with the most experience here is Ben. He's the tall one with the long sleeve shirt, and he has about 30, maybe a little bit over 30 years of glassblowing experience, and then it kind of ticks down just a little bit from there for each of the other glassblowers. But so you usually see him sitting at the bench and everyone else around him sort of acting as an assistant. And so that is the roles that people fall into, is gaffer and assistant. Gaffer is the glassblowing team leader. But I will say this, usually about 10 years of glassblowing experience is when you're considered a professional glassblower. Anything before that, maybe less so, unless you have focused all of your effort into maybe one type of glass and you become an expert in that one single thing. But it's really hard to be an overall glass expert or glassblowing professional without that much experience. And it looks like they've started to crunch it down a little bit now that they've resized that clear connection to the pipe. So we're just touching the walls of the glass on top of each other. And since this glass is pretty thin, it's actually okay for us to overlay them on top of each other. But usually when you would see this technique, we just barely touch the walls or the edges of the walls together. Yeah, so they were just asking if the piece was getting close to being done, just because the shape is getting very uniform now and very cylindrical. But we actually do have one more really important step I was pointing out. So we have these circular pieces of fused glass as well. Oh, sorry for those in the back here. And we're going to be heating up one of these circular pieces. Actually, it's heating up right now inside of this box here. And they're going to pull that out, and they're going to attach it over the opening on the very end of the glass. And that's going to create the bottom for our piece. So what's attached to the pipe right now is actually the top or the opening to our cylinder. But they have to make sure that this area that is open right now is completely smooth and it has nice even walls, or as even as they can get it, because this is where they're going to be connecting it to that disc of glass. And if we have an uneven opening, then it's going to have an uneven connection. So right now we're not set up to break it off yet, but eventually we're going to be creating something called the jack line, which is when we squeeze the glass in and create this line or divot in the glass. And that's going to be our breaking point. You can imagine it's a lot cleaner to break it from that breaking point instead of just trying to crack it along a straight side like we have now. So what they're going to have to do is, once they have the bottom attached, then they're going to have to go in and superheat that area right around the pipe and then crunch that line in, and then they can break it off. But that's going to be a little bit of time before we get to that point. This is going a lot faster than our first one today, though. As we continue to get into the flow of things, we get faster and faster. Yeah, so for anyone that's curious, I'm just talking about the way that we get color in some of our glass art. And this is a piece of color bar. It's just solid colored glass through and through. And we took a section like this and we melted it down and dropped it on top of a small clear bubble of glass, spread it over top of that bubble. And that creates a layer of color for our entire piece, because as we expand the bubble, it's going to expand all that color as well. So that's what we did for this piece on the front pedestal right here. And for the designs, those were actually made using stringers, which are these strands of colored glass. It's kind of hard to see them maybe, but we have some yellow and blue ones laid out right there. And right now they're just using a pipe cooler. We have a view of it on the screen for those who can't see them. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe into so that they can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And right now they're just planning what they're going to do to pick up that disc of glass on the end. So Ben is picking up that disc of glass out of our annealer. Once again, that box is just heating it up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If we were to just pop it straight into that furnace from room temperature, it would probably crack it or break it from thermal shock. So we have to put it through that process first. And now we're able to slightly heat this up, just like we did with this larger pane of glass earlier, until we're able to pick it up on the end of our piece. So now we've just brought over our hot cylindrical piece of glass and picked up that pane of glass. We're just briefly dusting off any particles that may be sticking to it before we go ahead and heat the entire thing up overall. And as you can see, there's a little bit of an overhang right where that disc is connected to the bottom. Yeah, they're going to heat that overhang up specifically and then cut it off. So they're doing something different with this piece here. You can see that they bent the edges of the glass inwards towards the bottom. And so now they have kind of this little dip in there. But this makes it so that they don't have to cut any of that glass off. It's also probably going to make the bottom a little bit thicker, which might make the piece stronger. And it looks like they brought over a bit of clear. This is being attached right around where the glass is connected to the pipe. This area where the glass is connected to the pipe, this is called the moil. And sometimes if it gets really cold or if it starts cracking, we'll bring over molten bits of glass to heal that area and warm it back up again. And yes, as you've seen, Gabe is going in with the newspapers on the side of the cylinder, while we were also pressing a wooden paddle onto the very bottom. This is applying pressure from those two sides at the same time, just creating a nicer and sharper angle at the very bottom. And of course, we're flattening the bottom so that this cylinder sits evenly on a flat surface, such as a table. And it looks like at the same time, over on the right bench, Ben is getting ready to attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece. And this is being done using these special squares of glass. It's a little bit hard to describe, but we do have different types of glass. And this type of glass is what we're using for the panes right here. So in order to have a proper connection, we need to use the same type of glass. So for the clear glass that we use in this hot shop in particular, we do try to use the same exact mixture from the same exact producer every single time, just to make sure that we always have that same exact melting point. It's not even off by 50 degrees, because that would make a pretty big difference, to be honest. Meanwhile, since this is a slightly different kind of glass, we're just having to work with it. It's being a little bit finicky. That connection where the glass is connected to the pipe is actually breaking every now and then. And that's why they keep having to bring over bits of clear and heat up that area as well. If we keep the glass hot, it's not going to crack or break apart. But as soon as it starts cooling down to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it starts to get stressed out and break apart. So yeah, it's a little bit complicated. We do try to use the same companies over and over again, and there's really well-known companies for color that we use each time, such as Kugler color right here. This is the color that we have on this front table. So right here, we've just brought over that bit of glass that Ben was melting over on the right bench and added it to the very bottom. And this could be for a couple of different reasons. One that might just appear on the top of my head is if the bottom is really thin, then we want to make sure that it doesn't crack or break later on. And this is going to prevent that by creating a pad of clear. And this is really important because we are going to be attaching another pipe right to that bottom area there, and then eventually breaking that pipe off as well. So if we break that pipe off and the connection is thin, then it can break the bottom. And if anyone new in the crowd hasn't seen this yet, whenever we're holding up these wooden paddles and not physically touching the glass, this is usually just to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. And then we very quickly went in with the paddle and flattened the bottom as well. So just like our previous piece, we created that flat bottom. Eventually we'll bring over a second pipe and go ahead and attach it to the bottom itself to break it off. Yes, so the hotter the glass is, the more light it's going to radiate as well as heat. And I like to compare this to lava. And so the color is completely different than what you might see as the final product sometimes just because of how hot the glass is. And so the bottom is pretty much the only part of the glass that they're heating up right now, so it's getting very hot and molten and is glowing orange. Meanwhile, the rest of the body is pretty cold for glass, probably at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, something else interesting I'd like to mention about all the different colors on this glass is that different colors of glass will move differently from each other. So if we have a black glass and a white glass right next to each other, the black tends to heat up very quickly and will be a lot softer, versus the white glass is usually really hard and is therefore going to move a lot slower. And so if we have them right next to each other, they're going to blow out a little bit funky. So that's something that they have to be careful and control a lot when they're working with so many different blocks of color like this. But luckily, when it comes to these pieces, as you saw, we're not really trying to change the thickness of the walls or the shape of the cylinder very much. We're just simply creating a cylinder out of the pane of glass in the first place. And for anyone that's recently joined or just joined, welcome into the Hot Shop. And I want to give you all a little overview. So today we actually have a visiting artist in the Hot Shop. We've come pretty far along in this piece, by the way. I'll talk about the piece in just a moment, but this is our visiting artist right up front here, and her name is Eleanor Anderson. And she's here for a full week residency, started on Wednesday and is going all the way through Sunday. And each of these days we're working on pretty different pieces. All of these pieces of glass that you see displayed in the front here, these were made over the last couple of days during this residency. And this piece at the center bench, this is going to turn out something like this cylinder right here, except we're probably going to have a little bit of a taller, leaner shape for this cylinder that we're working on right now. So we've just broken that piece off of its original pipe. And this is still cold right here. They're not trying to open it up right now. They're just making sure that the bottom is centered to the pipe really well before that connection fully sets up. And could I actually have the slideshow for our visiting artist artwork? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, I just want to point up on the screen, this is Eleanor Anderson's previously made artwork. And you'll see during the slideshow that this does not include glass yet. This is something that she's very, very recently gotten into because she was a Pilchuck artist in resident. Pilchuck is a glass school about 2 hours north of us, by the way. And she's come here to continue to work on that glass art that she started and was experimenting with in Pilchuck, and hopes to display some of these pieces that are being made in this residency here with some of these other medias of art that you'll see up on the screen. So these pieces that are being made, I was told that they're not going to be standalone pieces, they're more so going to be displayed alongside of some of her other artwork. And she said that she uses bright colors for a lot of her pieces to show the liveliness and joy she feels when she's making the art, and she's kind of trying to make the viewers feel that as well. And it looks like we've heated up the front or the opening of the piece enough that Gabe is able to go in with a pair of shears and cut some of that glass off. So we've just cut off a large section of the opening, but this is completely evened out that glass. It's thinned that area out, just creating a perfect opening. Now, because this glass is pretty thin, you can see that it's heating up very quickly. They only go into the furnace for a brief amount of time, then come right back to the bench. And right now, Gabe is actually starting to open this glass up using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And at the same time, our visiting artist, Eleanor, is going in with the paddle, pushing against the opening of the piece. This is just completely smoothing and rounding the lip of this piece out. There's really no other reason for that paddle. It's just to smooth everything out. And whenever we go on the outside of a piece with the jacks, we are usually spinning pretty fast. You can kind of see Gabe doing that right now. This is creating centrifugal force, which is flaring the glass outward into the jacks, those two metal blades, and it's just perfectly smoothing and evening those walls out. It's really hard to get it perfectly even by just going on the inside of the piece. And it looks like at this point they are happy with the shape, so they're getting ready to break it off and put it away. And this is going to include torching this area where the glass is connecting to the pipe until they see a little bit of movement. You'll see them apply water to crack that connection, and then Sarah will pick it up off the end of the pipe. So whenever we were going on the inside and the outside of the piece, going inside, of course, opens the piece up, but going on the outside is actually not to shrink the glass down, but it's to smooth the walls of the glass out. So whenever we're going on the outside, it's just straightening everything out. And we did the same thing for this piece. As an example, you can see that it has perfectly straight, smooth walls. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. So this has just gone into an annealer. These boxes throughout the hot shop, they slowly cool down the piece of glass until we are sure that it's not going to break from thermal shock. This process usually takes overnight, if not longer, depending on the thickness of the glass. So we won't see those pieces until tomorrow again. We have the one we made in there earlier as well. All right, so welcome to everyone who joined us in the hot shop. Today we actually have a visiting artist with us. Her name is Eleanor Anderson, and she's the one kind of closest to us in the front here with the colorful shirt. And she's here for a full week residency. She started on Wednesday here, and this is going all the way through Sunday. This is technically a partnership with Pilchuck Glass School and the Museum of Glass. Pilchuck is about 2 hours north of us, and she has come here to continue to make her glass artwork. She was a Pilchuck artist in residence very, very recently over at Pilchuck. And she works with a very broad range of media. This includes textiles, ceramics, prints, and collages. And now she can add glass to that list as well. And she's going to start incorporating glass art in with her other works. And to give you an idea of these other works, could I have Eleanor's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there is a slideshow going. This will just show off some of those previously made displays of Eleanor's. And you could kind of picture how we might be incorporating glass into these displays. All these pieces on the front tables and pedestals, these were made mostly here at the Museum of Glass, especially these pieces on the pedestals. Those were made on Wednesday. So up on the screen, we have a really good view of that right bench. Gabe is taking that bubble of colored glass and he was rolling it on a metal table called the marver. And this is specifically to get a longer shape like he has now. This is just going to make sure that the entire surface of the bubble is completely touching to each of those individual pieces of cane, those sticks of colored glass laid out at the center bench. And speaking of those cane, right now they're just kind of sitting here, but eventually they're going to start putting it inside of the furnace and lightly heating it up on the end of that large rod. And this is going to preheat the glass enough for everything to stick together. And by the way, whenever the glass is super hot like this, you can see that it's just orange at this point. It's just so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. So orange is probably not the true color of this glass. When it starts cooling down, you should see the true color a lot better. And I just want to point out that Gabe is just letting this glass cool down just by resting it in the room temperature air. Eventually, we will be gathering another layer of clear over top of this, and it's important that we let it cool down before doing so, just so that the internal temperature is lower and we don't start to lose control over the piece. It would move around quite a bit if it remained hot. So if you haven't seen it already, this is our clear glass furnace. And the temperature of this molten glass inside of this furnace is sitting at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7. That glass is always ready for us to use. And this is specifically a strip gather I want to point out. Whenever we drip the glass off the end of the piece or off the end of the bubble into that bucket, this is just giving us a partial layer of that clear. And in this case, it's also technically superheating the surface of the glass because of that super fresh layer of clear. And so because we have superheated that glass, it should stick really nicely to the cane. So they've just preheated the cane lightly, and Gabe is able to roll that bubble over top of them to pick them up. And it looks like that was a perfect fit. And the purpose of this cane, once again, this is just going to give us stripes of color across the entire piece. From here, we could continue to alter this if we want to. We could twist the cane to get a sort of candy cane look, or we could even zigzag it back and forth. We can continue to do pretty much anything we want with that cane to get different designs. So this metal table that Gabe is rolling the glass on, this is the marver. And whenever we roll the glass on the marver, it is cooling wherever it is touching, which can prevent it from blowing out too much in that area or stretching too much in that area, depending on what they're going for. And this torch, this runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with this torch, we can heat up a section of the glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace all at once. So in this case, this area near the pipe is a little cold, so we're applying extra heat. So whenever we finish a piece, they have to go inside of these large boxes that we have throughout the hot shop, and that slowly cools them down to prevent thermal shock. So it's actually inside of this box right now. Yeah, and you might see them on display tomorrow, for example. So these pieces that we were working on today were really thin, and so honestly, probably just an overnight cycle, and you could probably see them as early as tomorrow morning. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes. Some of the pieces we were working on the other day were a little bit thicker. You can kind of see the clear glass around the edges, and those ones took about a full day, it seems like. So we're actually getting ready to stretch this glass out. Right now, Gabe is heating up and marvering this glass over and over again, just making sure that it has a really even heat. If it were too hot in one area, of course, and then too cold in the other area, then it would stretch out unevenly as well. And right there, he actually dipped the end of the glass into a bucket of water behind the bench. And that did technically crack the glass, but it's cooled it down very rapidly, making sure that that area doesn't stretch out too much. And now that they are ready to stretch, Gabe is walking it over to Sarah. And sometimes when they stretch glass, they'll simply attach a second pipe to the other end of the glass and then stretch it between the two. But in this case, they are able to stretch it down towards the floor instead. Yeah, I would say this is something you don't get to see super often in the hot shop. We have a really good view on the screen of them stretching this glass, by the way. So any areas that are thicker or colder, Gabe is going in with a torch and applying a little extra heat so it continues to stretch in that area. Meanwhile, he lets the thinner areas cool down a little bit. And you might be wondering what we do with it from here, since it's all long now. But we're actually just going to start breaking sections of it off. So Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he has some water on those tweezers. This is going to cool the glass down very rapidly and crack the area that it touches. And Ben is standing aside ready with those gloves on. He's going to start grabbing those sections of glass off the pipe as they come off. And this is set on top of a wooden ladder. This is just enough of a preventative measure of it touching anything cold that it's going to be able to cool down just at room temperature. But usually we would want to cool it down very slowly to prevent thermal shock. So to cool it down slowly, we're using an annealer. This is actually pretty much the same thing as the box that we were using earlier, right here. But the only difference is we load that one from the side. Meanwhile, we load this one from the top. And the center bench Gabe has created just a little divot in the glass and is breaking off little sections of the glass at a time. This is being carried over to the garage, which is this large silver box right here. Since this glass is still thick enough, it needs to be kept warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're going to be saving the rest of this section that remains just by setting it aside in the garage entirely. This is something that's totally possible. We could just leave the pipe kind of hanging out of the garage. So later on, after we take our lunch, we'll be able to pull it back out and heat up that piece of glass again to start blowing it into a singular object. So that's what you'll see when you come back, or when we come back. But sounding like we are going to take our lunch. So if anyone has any final questions for me, now is the time to ask them. And if not, then we will be back in about an hour from now, so probably at around 2 p.m.
Alrighty, hi everyone. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. I'm going to be your MC for the rest of today. My name is Charlotte, so if you have any questions at all, please be free to ask them to me. We do have a guest artist with us today, a visiting artist with the museum on a full week residency. So she's been here since Wednesday and will continue her residency all the way through Sunday. And we've already worked on quite a few pieces that you can see up on our podiums here. Today, I'm not sure what we're going to be starting on, but our visiting artist does a lot of really interesting work with textiles, different patterns, textures, and using a lot of everyday objects in their artwork. So we're definitely going to be kind of interpreting a lot of these different textiles into glass, which is going to be super fun and interesting, while also using a lot of fun colors. All right, so if you didn't hear that, we're going to be making basically a set of glasses that are all going to be smushed together, and they're all going to be in this blue color. So the first step that we have to do is actually get our blue out of our garage. So we keep our glass in this big metal box here when we want to use it a little bit later on. It keeps it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it's not too cold that it'll crack or too hot that it's still moving. So we're able to put things in there that we can then use later on. So you'll see we're going to go in there and grab some color that we're going to be using on our glasses for today. So you can see Sarah just went ahead and pulled out a whole chunk of solid color out of our garage over here. So we're going to be using this solid chunk of blue to then overlay on top of a bubble so that it can give color to the entire piece. And then for those of you who have just recently came in with us, my name's Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC, so if you have any questions, you can ask me. We do have a guest artist with us today. Eleanor is here, and we're working with her and the glassblowers at the museum to do some artwork. We have some stuff that we've done over the week on the podiums here, and you can see that she uses a lot of different textures and fun ways of adding dimension to the glass. She usually works with textiles, so she's kind of taking that artwork and interpreting it into glass. So today we're making a set of glasses that will all be smushed together, and they're all going to be blue. So you can see we've also gone ahead and got some hot glass on the end of a blowpipe. And then we went ahead and started a bubble in there. So if you look closely at that glass, you can see that there is that hollow space within it. And then on the other side, we're just continuing to heat up that color that we went ahead and grabbed. So you can see we're going to be bringing that color over closer to our pipe so that we're going to be able to let it drip onto that clear bubble that we have. So this is something that we call a color overlay that we're going to be doing in a short moment here. So you can see we're taking this hot colored glass, dripping it over the surface of the bubble that we already previously made. And now we're going to be taking the time to just spread this across the entire surface and get it hot so that the color is now over the entire thing. So you can see we kind of roll the entire color across that surface. The goal is to try and make sure that we do not have any of that clear from the previous gather of glass poking out. And then you can see we're just adding a little bit more air back into that. And now we're going to go ahead and get some clear glass on top of this. So you can see we're going into our glass furnace. This is where all of our hot glass is housed. So we're able to go in there and get some more on the surface. And then you can see we're just going over and cooling down that pipe after gathering. This is just like a water trough with some water that's being circulated through. And now we're going to start shaping our glass a little bit more. So we're using this wooden tool that we call a block. So this is constantly kept in water and soaked so that we're able to use it on the hot glass. And you can see we just went in with another one of our tools that we call papers. So this is a stack of newspapers that we also keep wet with water, that we're able to get a little bit of a closer contact with the glass through. So sometimes it can feel like the artist is more so using their bare hand to mold the glass. And then you can see we just used gravity as a way to help our bubble get pulled down a little bit more to elongate the whole thing. And then going in with this metal tool that we call jacks, just to create that jack line is what we call it. So this is just an indentation in the glass, right where the glass meets the pipe. And this is just creating a line where we're going to be able to eventually break the piece off of this pipe. And on the other side of our hot shop, we are starting on the next cup. So we have that starter going. Once again, it's just clear on the end of that blowpipe with a small bubble in there that we're gonna then lay the color on top of. And we're gonna put a little bit of water on that line that we created earlier and then break it off of its pipe. So now that we have this piece that we rescued, we're able to go in with our jacks on that opening left from the blowpipe and start just opening up that lip of this glass. And so you can see we went ahead and actually put that finished cup over into our garage. So now it's able to sit in there without getting too cold or too hot. And we're able to pull it back out whenever we're ready for it as we continue to make the rest of the cups that are going to be then smushed together. So over on the far side, you can see we're back at the similar step of just trying to get this glass shaped properly and getting it ready to be blown up and then switched onto a new pipe. So you can see this becomes a little bit of a busy kind of routine that we go around. As we start a new one, we're also working on another one that's almost finished that we're trying to get onto a new pipe. So it is a lot of multitasking and making sure that every glass blower is doing their job and their part. So on one side of the hot shop, we're just continuing to make a new starter. So we have some glass on the end of a blowpipe that we're going to get ready to blow out. And then this time, just so that we don't have another fallen piece, we do have the punty all ready to go so that we can transfer it onto the new pipe. So you can see we're going in and connecting that to the bottom, making sure there's a secure connection between the two. And then going in with that water in our tweezers, applying it to our jack line, and then breaking the piece off onto the new pipe. And now that we've gotten that opening really nice and hot, we're going to just start going in with those jacks once again, opening up that cup. And now that it's finished, we're just putting it into our garage with our other one. And you can see once again we're following the same steps of just getting that blue onto our bubble. So letting it just drip on there and then trimming it off of its original pipe. And this strategy of getting color onto the glass is just a way to ensure that the whole thing is opaque in that color. So making sure that there isn't any bits that are going to be clear or have any sort of difference in color. So it just allows the whole thing to be that solid blue. And so you can see we're going in to gather some more of that clear glass on top of what we already have. And then we're going to go into our bench and continue shaping all this glass that we just collected. And you can see, since we just finished that starter, we're going to just get going on another one. So over at our far bench, we have another blowpipe with a little bit of glass on the end that we've blown a bubble into. And now we're going in and getting that color on top. And then at our middle bench, we're going to just start blowing some air into this cup and getting it rounder and also shaping it out. And then starting to go in and add that jack line to it, just so that we're then able to break it off of its original pipe. And then that is just a little bit of a cold air gun that we use just to add some specific air to areas that we want to cool down. And you can see our artists just continue to make sure that their pipes are nice and cool so that they're able to have good grip on them. And we have this prepared punny, so this is the pipe that we're going to be switching on to. And now that we have that connection, we go in with some water and tap off. So that water that we apply to the glass basically just creates very fine spiderweb cracks into it, so that when we add a little bit of that tap to the pipe, it allows the whole thing to break off. And so now that we have it on a new pipe, we're able to start working with the other end. So this is when you'll see us start opening up this cup and shaping the mouth. So you'll see we're going in with those jacks and starting to just open up. And now that it has reached the shape that we're looking for, it's going to be placed into our garage with the other 2 cups that we've already made. So you can see we're now starting to shape our 4th cup that we're making out of the 5. So we had already had the start prepped and everything so that we were able to just go in and begin blowing it up and then eventually switching it over like we just previously did. And then once again, you can see we're starting on another cup. So just in the beginning steps, we get that glass on the pipe, and we blow that bubble in there, and we start shaping it out so that it's ready for the color to be placed on top. So you can see we just connect it to the bottom of the piece. And this is when we'll grab a little bit of that water. And then knock it off the pipe onto the new one. So you can see we go in with those jacks on that opening to the cup. And we're able to just really just start flaring out that mouth and then getting it to the desired shape that we're looking for. And then once again, placing it into our garage with the rest of its different cups in there. So that's number 4 out of 5. So we're starting on our next one over here. You can see we already have that start just about ready to go for its next gather of glass. So you can see we're actually taking our shears to this color that we just added on top of our bubble. And we're kind of just hitting the surface. This is because we found a bubble in that surface that we're trying to eliminate. So you can see now that our start is all finished up, we're gonna grab another layer of glass on top of there, and then we're gonna start forming the shape of this cup. But first, after a gather, we usually go in and try and cool down that pipe a little bit. So you can see we're just going to this water trough that we have. And it basically is just a way to allow us to cool down the pipe so that we're able to have a better grip on that higher part. So you can see we're just going in with that wooden block again, continuing to get that round shape as we blow a little bit more air into the piece. And then letting it hang, this kind of just allows gravity to pull the entire thing and elongate the glass. Now we're going in with those jacks once again, just adding in that jack line to the glass. So this is just an indentation right between where the glass meets that pipe. And then using our newspapers, this is another tool that we keep soaked in water. So you can see we are getting ready to go ahead and move this glass onto a new pipe. So basically this cup that we're switching over right now is going to be like the foundation for the rest of the cups to be squished onto there. So you can see we're using a little bit of a different punty this time. It's a little bit thicker. And this is just so that we're able to hold that added weight. So once again, we're adding some water to that jack line, breaking it off of its pipe. Oh yeah, that's a good question. So it's basically that torch is about the same temperature as so it's a way to get quick heat onto it, and it's a little bit more specific. So they're able to like apply it to certain areas that need more heat than others. So we'll see sometimes they'll do it right to that connection point on the pipe because that part of the glass can get really cold pretty quick. Other times we'll see it more on the end where they're trying to apply that honey, so the new pipe, and apply more specific heat instead of having to get up and go back to the furnace.
Okay. And then when they break it off, like there's a little piece at the end, they put it back in the furnace to shape that broken piece off so it's smoother? Is that right?
Yeah, so it's like they break it off of its pipe and then they're able to heat up that opening and start opening it up and shaping it as they go.
That's the one part I know you're opening it up and I can see it done. I guess do they stick a rod in there and shape it? Because from my angle it just looks like
Yeah.
oh, now it looks like a cup.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
little bit hard to see, but they take these things called jacks. So they're kind of like really skinny tongs almost. And so they go in there and they'll slowly open those up, and that allows for the thing to kind of like go with it.
Because it's like liquid, almost liquid.
Yeah, it does feel, it feels pretty liquidy when it gets that hot, so it's able to be molded.
So you got 4 of them in there, and you're keeping them what in sort of like a state of hot and cold?
Yeah,
So
it's like the perfect in between of being too cold or too hot. So not cold enough that they could crack, but not hot enough that they could be fluid again.
right.
So they're holding their shape, but they're not getting so cold that we have any risk of them breaking. So that's just like, it's basically like the harmony box. Like they're able to stand there at their perfect like harmony, and we can pull them out, reheat them, or we can decide that we're done with them and put them to be brought to room temperature. So
And you say you want to like combine them all together because
Yeah.
you make them individually?
yeah, so we made them all individually so that now we can kind of squish them all together.
Huh.
But if we tried to do it where it's like we make 5 different cups all on one pipe, we don't necessarily think it would be fully possible without a lot of risk of it breaking and falling off and etc.
So you just keep them in almost stasis right there.
Yeah.
It's all ready, then you put them all together.
Yeah. Which is what we're gonna get going on. You can see we're getting ready to go ahead and add that first cup onto this base. So we've basically just decided that our 5th cup is going to be kind of just where we start to add from. So we pulled out another cup that we've kept warm, and we're going to get ready to go ahead and put them together. So you can see we're using a little bit of a different blowtorch. This is more of a specific heat blowtorch, so it's very, very hot. And we're able to really make sure we heat up that connection point between the two. So you'll see here we're just going to go in and kind of push those cups together and then try to break off this cup from its pipe. So very carefully applying some water there and trying to break it off. So you can see we've already started stacking those cups, and we're going to just go ahead and grab another one and continue this process. So I see we've gone ahead and added that third cup onto there. So we do just have 2 more to go. And we're going to just repeat that process of heating up the glass where we want to attach it, and then smushing them together and trying to get that original pipe off of it. So you can see once again we're going in with that really hot blowtorch and continuing to heat up that spot where we're going to be adding our next cup. And you can see we're just now going in and attaching that fourth cup onto there. And then carefully trying to get it off of its pipe. So you can see we've gone ahead and gotten all 5 of our cups on there and squished together. So we're gonna just be adjusting, making sure that the artist is satisfied with the look of the piece. And then this will be finished and put into our annealer where it will cool down over a long period of time back to room temperature. So you can see we're actually just going in with this really hot torch just to clean up those edges from where we broke it off of its pipe. So sometimes we're left with a little bit of debris on the bottom of our piece from those pipes. So we're just going in and making sure that we clean that up so there's no edges. So you'll see we're going to go ahead and get ready to break off this piece and then place it into our annealer. So you'll see we're going to go ahead and get ready. So same steps as before, we apply a little bit of water to that connection point. We're going to go in with those shears and tap it off. And then into the annealer it will go, and it's just going to cool down over a long period of time. It goes from about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit back to room temperature. Can we get one more applause for our artists, please? All right, so we have gone ahead and started on our next piece that our visiting artist is wanting to execute today. So right now we do have some glass on the end of this pipe. So this has been colored with orange, and that's going to be the color that we're using for the piece. You'll see we just went ahead and got a fresh gather on top of that. And then we're just going over and cooling down that pipe after we gathered. So you can see we really started to blow up this bubble that we have. So you can see we've started pulling out these wooden ladders here. And this is what we're going to be using to pull some cane. So this is going to be long strips of glass that we pull like string almost. And we're going to be using that to create these spikes a little bit later on the final piece. So you can see we're getting ready now to go ahead and pull this cane. So you can see we take the glass and we stretch it across 2 pipes. And now we're just kind of letting it pull away. And we're going to do a little bit of a handoff here. And we're going to really start letting it stretch across these ladders. And one of the coolest parts about this cane is it did have that hollow center to it because we did blow air through it before we actually pulled it. So when you look on the end, you can actually see there's that hollow hole through it. And you can see now that it starts to cool down, the color really starts to change a lot. So we went from a very like almost brown color to now this really bright kind of reddish. It's going to be eventually orange once it's fully cooled. So you can see we've kind of split up our cane into 4 different longer, just little amounts of it that we're going to be able to use. So the best way I can explain it is, have you ever seen those videos where the people take the candy and they kind of like break it a bunch on a flat surface so that it creates these small discs of candy? So that's basically what we're going to be doing with the glass. You'll see that we kind of stick it on this little thing here, and we're going to go in and kind of like chop it into small discs that we're going to be able to use on the glass. So in a little bit here, once that has cooled down, that's what we'll be headed towards. Meanwhile, we have our bubble over here, and we're going to do that color overlay on top of our bubble. So this is basically just allowing the colored glass to drip on that outer surface of the bubble and cover it so that we're able to get that opaque color across the whole thing. So when we have glass, we always gather clear glass. So when we want to add color, there's a few different ways that we can do this. And today we're using straight color bars. So a color bar kind of looks like something down here, where you can see it's really just a solid bar of color that we then put into our garage. This is where we keep glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that we're able to keep it at that perfect temperature where it's not too cold nor too hot. And we're able to pull it out and start working with it and heating it up and applying it onto our clear glass so that we're able to get new color on there. Some other ways we work with color is through powder. So we can use powdered glass, which is basically super fine, grinded up glass that we're able to put on the surface. And we also can use frit, which is a little bit of a thicker, kind of chunky type of glass. And the best way to think of it is like sand versus pebbles. So powder is very much like sand. Frit is more of like kind of little chunks. But again, this doesn't give that full opacity to the glass. Instead, it kind of just gives it more of a sheer cover, and sometimes there's gaps in the color. So when doing this technique, we're able to get that full saturation of the color along the whole entire piece. So we are switching gears just a little bit. The piece that we wanted to go ahead and do, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to get done. It's a little bit of a lengthy process. So instead, we're going to be kind of pivoting, doing something similar, but still a little bit different. So we'll be seeing, we're going to blow up this cylinder, and then we're going to go ahead and kind of cut it down its center so that we're able to stretch it out like a piece of paper, and it'll lay flat. And then we're going to add some stuff to that. So a similar concept that we're going for, just a little bit of a different process to it. Initially, we wanted to make another one of these like rectangular shapes, like this orange one down here, and then add these spikes to the top of it. But we don't have the time, so instead we're going to try a little bit of a different approach. So you'll see on our middle bench, we're starting to blow up this longer shape that we have. So just trying to get some air in there. And then you'll see that we do go in with this tool that we call newspapers, or papers. They're basically just a stack of newspapers that we keep soaked with water, and we're able to use those to kind of manipulate and push a bubble of air kind of in a direction that we want it to go. It also allows the artist to just have a little bit of a closer contact with the glass without having any pain from it. So even though a glass artist would probably love to touch it with their hands and do certain things, we can't. So newspapers are a great way for us to get in there a little bit more detailed and kind of manipulate the glass in a way that feels like the bare hand. So you can see once again what I was speaking of as Gabe in this middle bench is using those newspapers. You can see how we're kind of directing that air where we want it to go on the piece. If we were to just blow straight into this, there is a chance that the air could go in any direction and sometimes actually blow out of the piece. So we try to make sure that we're not creating any holes in the glass by just guiding it along the whole thing. So you can see we went in with that really hot torch on the tip of this piece. And now we're taking those tweezers and just trying to open it up a little bit more. And you'll see we're going in with those shears and we're just starting to trim away some of that excess. On the other side of the hot shop, we are switching this bubble over to a new pipe. So a similar process to what we were doing earlier with our cups that we were making in blue. We're basically just making another cup, but in orange this time. So you can see we're actually taking this blowtorch to the drill now, and we're going to be using this drill to put some holes into the glass. So something really cool is that we use a lot of different tools in glass blowing that are pretty much everyday objects for the average person. And in here, we use them for the same types of reasons, just on different mediums. So you can see we're just going right into the glass there and drilling that hole. And then you'll see once again, we're just heating it up so we can go in again and drill a second hole. And you can see that we finished up that cup on the other bench. So we're storing it into our garage so that it can stay at a perfect temperature so that it doesn't get too cold, but it doesn't get too hot that it's going to take new shape. And in case you're wondering, we just use that really big blowtorch to apply some specific heat to the glass. So anywhere that we're wanting to get a little bit hotter than the rest, we go ahead and torch it like that. And then also go back to our heating furnace so that we're able to get heat on the entire thing. And then you can see we're getting ready to go ahead and put this new pipe on it. So we're kind of grabbing it at an interesting angle. And we almost have like 2 legs of glass that are going to be holding on to this piece. Adding some water to that jack line that we created. Oh. So sometimes what happens when we allow our glass to get a little bit too thin, there's always a risk that it will break when we try to take it off of its original pipe. So if you can see the remains on the ground, if you can see it, Those edges are really, really thin, so that glass was almost nearly paper thin. So it was a little bit difficult to kind of knock it off of its pipe without the whole thing taking all of that shock to it. The other issue is sometimes if we're not warm enough when we go to switch over, it can break. So unfortunately, we salvaged what we could and put it into our annealer. So hopefully we'll be able to do something with that later on. So it looks like we're going in to make a new shape. We're going to be making similar to this kind of tall vase that you see here. It's not going to be quite as big, of course, because we don't have quite enough time to make this size of a piece. But it's still going to be similar to this shape, probably just a little bit shorter, if anything. And then we're going to be adding that similar kind of patterning that our guest artist likes to do on her pieces. So you can see we use small little like sticks of glass. So that's why we have our bead making and torch working here. She kind of forms these pieces by taking little rods of glass and melting them in certain ways, and then is able to make a pattern that we're going to be transferring onto the surface of our glass. So we have that pattern put away into the garage where it's basically preheating, getting ready for us to use. And then when we're ready for it, we'll just be rolling it across the entire surface of the what is to be a vase, pretty much. So you can see we already went ahead and did that color drop onto the bubble that we have in the clear glass over on this far end. And we're just going to continue blowing a little bit of air back into there. And I just want to point out, now that that cane that we pulled has cooled down, you can see how intense of an orange it is and how it really changed color so quickly from that like kind of burnt, almost reddish brown to the red to now like super electric orange. So you can see now we have gathered on top of that color that we laid. And we're just going to go in with a wooden block. So just a wooden tool that we use. And basically it's just constantly kept soaked in water so that we're able to use it on the hot glass. And this just goes in and helps us get that rounded out shape for our bubble to continue to grow. And you'll see now that we've gotten it hot again, we're just going in and repeating this step of using that block on it. And then adding some air. And now we're double checking just some measurements on it so that we can make sure we have the correct size. So you'll see we're pulling out that pattern from our garage, and we're going to stick it into our heating furnace just to get it a little bit hotter. So we're going to come out, we're going to add a little bit more heat with our blowtorch, and we're going to do this as we start to pick up that pattern. So you can see we have that now on the surface of our glass piece. And now you'll see we're actually going to go in with this drill bit and kind of just buff in some of those spots that are sticking out a little too much. So you can see we were really able to just go right in there with the hot glass and our one tool and just completely open up that whole space that we had left over from our blowpipe. Now we're just gonna go in and continue adjusting, just making sure that it's to the size that we want it to be. So we're gonna go ahead and apply water to that connection point, creating those small cracks. And then get ready to tap it off into the hands. And into the annealer it will go so that it can cool down and get back to room temperature so that we're able to see it, most likely tomorrow. Can we get one more round of applause? Thank you guys for coming to the museum, and we hope to see you again soon.